See you after the ads. Ugh. Hello, how we doing? We having a good day? Wherever you are in the world? Oh, haha. I see you watching me, watching you, watching me. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Ah, my hair looks flat already. Ugh. Half 5, I woke up this morning. Half 5. Freaking 5. And they turned off all my air purifiers. So it's not that what was waking me up. Straight down to stress, eh? Just looking at a way and that's prevent spawning inside when we're like teleporting. So it's in doubt. The hell is dynamic move step? Just made that bullshit up, didn't you? Oh, they did. Literally just move step. Amazing. Use largest moves out. Really? Is it storing dynamic move step? Alright, yeah, is it? Use the largest move step. Oh, there we go. I see what he's doing. It's a bit like Boyd's steering behavior. So we're adding in the direction and the distance we need to move. And why does it want to use this? Largest. Okay, yeah. Largest. Makes all the perfect sense, you know. All the perfect sense, you know. Terrible. Right, makes sense then. Oh, in-out drum drive. Or, where is it? Not gonna be there, is it? Ooh. In here. Where we can test. Ooh. Where's the teleport, man? Views. Yes. See. Well, void. Save. Teleport. Anchor. It's ready. Position. We already know where the anchor is. It's not going to do what I want it to do, but it'll be fine. And it'll be fine. Also, it'll be exactly what I wanted it to do. Might have to do what? What tree? Oak tree? Do I have an oak tree? Oh, it's bound in volume, weren't it? Yeah. Yeah. There. Let's not worry about that just yet. There's only going to be a few dozen objects to be checking against things. We're not going to be running this every frame either. Why don't I just close the web pages down? You fool. No wait, I'm a genius. Why does it have a spawn rate? Doesn't even use it. Wow. That's so cool. Let's just do five tests. And let's see. Well, actually, let's have the teleport object. Teleport to that. That's all we need, isn't it? Because we've got the max radius and position, everything we need out of this. Oh well. What's that max at sense? Get the radius, position, and then but something does a check with radii. Not in here. I can't remember. There it is. Oh, it's actually in here. Is overlapping. So from position, which is going to be a new position with our then radius. To our Uh, mhm. Oh, this is while we're doing this. I'm only checking vessels. I don't care about sensor posts. I just care about other ships. And the bases, yeah. Ugh. Mm. Just gonna put these two together. You can't get closer than that. Then we just need to get the direction. And we'll have it as the offset first, which is maybe about to that, and then If offset square magnitude is greater than 0. Is a double, isn't it? Yeah. Then well, when in Rome. Good. Where is it? What's that? What? No, magnitude. We need the actual distance. Now, what you complaining about? Sometimes. Oh. Okay. Just getting the biggest value of what we have. And the current one. Was not set. Right, I'll deploy displacement. Which direction we're going? So why? We're actually moving as well. So what's the dynamic move step all about? Like planets wise? Alright. I mean, it's literally moving it in the first place. So why on earth would we need this? It's just... This is already moving it by a dynamic amount. Oh. Also, no, we don't. This is where we're trying to get to. Why not? So then a new position. Is that? You know what? Oh, I'll let it move on the Y. Don't care. You can move on the Y. Then oh no, 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 no. It is I just set the wheel position. Magically teleports. Oh, shit. Safe teleport. Try it 5 times at the most. Well, it will do it 5 times. Really then, if you can stop when there is no overlapping. So if an overlap occurs, false, just because, you know, if not overlap, we can break because no movement is required. We don't have to look for it as many times. Only when you know we're overlapping with something. And oh, actually, if don't want it overlapping itself. Otherwise, it will always. But our new position, we start off with being play pole position. It's now getting hard to follow. Alrighty. And that'll be in level manager. for us to do. Safe teleport. We are teleporting the player. Teleporting to our calculated destination. Calculated being destination can actually reach. Excuse me. Oh. Now this has loaded our persistent world where you pick up, put down enough sensor posts. I need to still fix this flipping flashy thing. That's roughly right on top, and I reckon that moved us away. I better try and even better. What? Where's my warp? Oh, did I put a minimum distance? I did, didn't I? Oh, that's exactly what we expected. Yeah. But at least we did not teleport inside. So good. I also need to wonder what are we actually, when we quit the mission, actually saying we're success. Do I need to change that? Because it should failed, really. I'll untick that, because otherwise it saves. Excuse me, sir? So if we quit now, we hopefully we quit out. No. Oh yeah. It's, oh. Okay. Good. That works. Now, before I forget, let's modify. Script before I have a brain fart. Oh, squirrel. What was it doing here? Oh, when failed, we do not do success mission at all. Right. Where's that just applies anyway because got different key bindings. The flight won't apply. So that means with our skip drives, to do the same for them. Each final destination. Maximum skip range. Skip up to the required destination. That's what it was. And then I'll do tiny verse. Teleport you. Oh, that should be fun. Oh, cramp. It's not for getting older. It's not for. Used to be a point where to stop cramps, just have a banana. Oh, that's no longer an option for me. Surely that'll just work. We'll have to test that, will we? It'll just magically. Because I am the best programmer. The best at yawning, ask anyone. Alright. See something skipping, eh? Blech. Are you serious? You're just gonna go like there, is it? Let's have a look at you. Dong. It kicked me out the back of here, maybe. Oh, we're going this way, yes. There's my mouse cursor. Thank you. Yes. These guys have jumped in and... Oh, interesting then. We're sort of not active. And now they became active. And now they're just staying in formation. Much like before, so... And do these, do the same. You're upside down. Yeah, so now they jump into... A barrel roll. That didn't work. Oh yeah, now they're engaging. Okay. Oh, engaging, not supposed to. Not engage me. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. What's this error? Help glyph display. Why? Wasn't even set. Two lines. Come back. Don't even need to stick a breakpoint. Just quickly load this. The odds are about to start, so we'll take a break. Just delete all breakpoints, please. Quit. And there was no error that time. What was that? Because I don't understand why it would even have called that. I'll be right back. Waiting. Oh, right. So we've now got that. Where was the skip drive thing? So I could just tick it off. Uh, yes. Wow. It's very close to being actual game now. Well, it is, but you know what I mean. The biggest, well, thing I need to consider now is like scaling it. So I envision that on the next day we'll maybe have a few more enemy spawns. And then on the next day, maybe a bigger threat. And then sort of like repeat that. So every 3 days, another bigger threat appears. But in more numbers. Yeah. We would have these. Oh, excuse me. And then really it's... we got these spawn delays. These are like our waves that occur in a day. When we come up here. Now can we override? Well, the way we override. Would be is how we'll see it's being. We will like day one. We'll have ooh. Or wait, test. It's a free. We'll make that much reduced. Then on the second day, now we've got more. And again, that value low. And then this would be that. It'll be 1, 2, and then 3. And then it'll just stay. We've always got 4 groups of enemies spawning in. Or maybe we'll do it the other way around. Just for a bit of variation. You know. Do that now. That. That. There is a chance of less Then we'll just handle spawns and the way we can handle those spawns is it would be nice if we could just have a timer condition. Like that, but with an actual specific start end. And what would it be? It would be an action as well, wouldn't it? An action to start the timer. Not the timer. We did have like this, but could I use it? We're not really got exposing that backwards. So probably not. Do this. Alright, pirate spawn number. If it's 1, does that, 2, does that. And then, what I just remembered. For this to function, we need select. That's in line with what I think it was. Select, and that's the pool. And pool is set to Gotta run through all that. By the time got through that. In it, ooh, and that is so. We can do fail. And now we're gonna do mission day less than or equal to 1. Oh, hi. Ugh. Otherwise, 3, let me use that. So now that we've got the pool set, when it comes to do the spawning, it will look at, yeah, use that. Boom, done. Easy peasy. Does it work? Assume it did. By the time I check where it is in the world, could have appeared. There they are. Right, that's the next spawn. It should be. Where are we? What we do this time? They spawned in at sea. Yep. It's Pro. Hello. Welcome along. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. So we have our spawns, which now I'm going to use a spawn pool based on what day we're on, and then we can decide how many spawns we're going to kick out at the same time, I guess. And that'll be, yeah. When we do this, we might say, oh, spawn that. And then it says, well, let's go to spawn delay. Let's decide which spawn it is. But we might want to have something in between that. I'm saying, well, after all these delays, we're currently only spawning one group of enemies. Now I might want to spawn 2 or 3. Maybe 3. Yes, Paul, thank you for the raid. How do you 34? Amazing, sweet. Thank you. What have you been doing? What have you been working on? Let's have a nosy. Because I'm terrible, I don't know how to do shout outs or anything like that. Triple A Dev Gone Indie, working on Fist of the Forgotten. Previously worked at
Ronnie the Zombie just followed.
Radical Heights, Raw Lawbreakers. Oh, very cool. We have a distinguished game developer. Welcome along. Ronnie the Zombie, thank you for the follow. Working on making monsters eat grenades. Started on a turret. Nice. It's in grenades. Well, I guess that would fill them up. Welcome. I'm working on Space Game. The Space Game I'm currently working on is a Game Jam game for the Space Game Junkie podcast, which is a fairly lengthy game jam, as in it was like 6 weeks. It is 6 weeks. Got just under 3 weeks to go, I think now. So halfway through. And I decided that I would recreate a game which is based on DOS Star game called Star Raiders. Yes, that's it. So Star Raiders is a sort of like sandbox world. You've got enemies that spawn in. You've got to repel them, destroy them, stop them from destroying your sense of posts, your base, civilian traffic, is that. So players is here, we're just a little flashy there in the middle. We've got our sensor posts giving us radar coverage. These larger ones are the 2 bases that we can land out, replenish our stock, heal ourselves, etc. And enemies spawn either top or bottom and then make their way to the other side. So there are some enemies that have already spawned. In fact, there'll be 3 groups of enemies that have already spawned. But they're slowly making their way around. They've got a skip drive so they can actually jump good distances. Then I can go around and start covering the gaps by dropping my own sensor probes. Then once that's charged up from here, and then you can see we're starting to cover the gap. So to be honest, I just need to go there. Thank you, Ronnie. It's actually based on an early access game that I've been working on, which is literally this is just like a branch from it. So this is what it was based on. So it's like this has been in early access for almost, well, 23, almost 2 years now, and it'd been in development for several years before that, since about 2021. Sorry, headphone users, rip, including me. So this is space combat. You're in Corvette ships, you got automated turrets, gimbal guns, missiles, all that stuff. And if you've ever played Independence War, well, that's part of the inspiration. And the other part is, if you're not noticed with the hood, free space. So you've got Newtonian physics, thrusters, forces, so we can slide, but just by changing direction, even though our engines are still trying to correct us, and we've got RCS thrusters. And this is a linear story campaign, and then I've got side missions you can play in between the story missions, which are randomly provided from a template of mission types, and then it just randomizes like the enemy encounters you get there to make it a bit varied. If you ever played Toldren's Starfleet Command series, you'd have a bit of an idea of what that is, because you would just roam around a sect, get served random side missions until you maybe had to do a main story mission. And that was based on, all based on a framework I've been working on for years and years and years. And eventually I said, like, I need to get a game finished. This one, like, I've been in development for like a long time, a decade at minimum, but long lengthy breaks as I was learning, and not really a whole lot of focus. So really I could condense that and say, yeah, I made it in about 5 years. I'm gonna really focused on it. Descent vibes. Wing Commander. That's my inspiration. I set out to make a Wing Commander game. I failed. Other than actually getting the space combat. That's all it really provides. Linear missions, text-based briefings and debriefings. There's no quirky characters or anything. You don't actually have wingmen. You might have allied units who might join to help you. But that was my first commercial game I managed to release. So, but you had sub-targeting, block turrets, you know, like transports, warships. And I tried to vary each mission. And then it's got VR. Blood inspired by, what's it called? Project Sylphied. Like with a range marker. Asteroid Field inspired by Wing Commander. That had like leaderboards for a Gauntlet. VR as well. Test support. Steam Workshop missions because it has a level editor and no one's ever posted it. Oh, my base is under attack. Oh dear. What's going on here? Oh, they've been attacking my base. With this game jam, I decided, like, make a sandbox. But to do that, well, I needed, or I wanted, double precision. For storing the positions. Did I say double position or double precision? So these guys will carry on fighting whether I'm around or not, and they can still hit tiny targets whether I'm around or not. Like that sensor post got destroyed, and it's about 8 meters radius, and that is how far away? 573 kilometers, which is like what, 570,000 meters. And if you know anything about floating points and inaccuracies, you know, like once you've reached 100,000 meters, you lose position. So you end up in about centimeter position. And then that all drops all the way down to just meters. And then you would see objects that far out just bouncing around everywhere. So that would like cause issues with collisions, etc. So my initial solving of that is to keep the player in the middle of the world. And by that, that means that the player is 0 position at all times. Apart from the editor likes to show me up and show it offset by the velocity of the player being currently applied. But trust me, that's 0. Yeah. And then when the player's moving around, we just origin shift everything around it. And that solved that issue out. But now it is using double precision. So now I don't have to, in effect, shift everything around. What's happening now is these are all like what I call tiny verse objects. They're like a handler for my tiny verse double precision world. So all the movement rotation is stored in that. So then these objects can carry on doing stuff out of sight. Because when I turn them off, out of sight, set them into the middle of the world, sat on top of the player hidden, but their behavior routines are still running and looking at where they are in the actual game world. I remember ending up upside down in Descent, spending 30 minutes just trying to figure out what is up, what is down. Yes. And then the run to escape after blowing up the reactor. And it's like, okay, what's this? Oh yeah, I'll just blow it up. Oh shit, it's a reactor. I've got to escape. Where's the exit? And then finding out like the exit was like either above me or below me. And I kept running back and forth, It's like, where's the exit? It's like, oh, it's there. Okay, let's go to... Too late. Dead. 1 second. 1 second. Oh yeah, to say we can dock and replenish our fuel and ammo and whatnot. And then if this base was to be destroyed while we're in it, it'd be game over for us. I could save it, but maybe we want it to be there. Well, all the objects is just literally all the placeholders for this game jam, because it's just all the assets used from. I didn't die. Now they're trying to shoot me. Yeah, I know, because the base is dead and therefore I can't launch from the base, so now we're stuck. Alright, I thought I dealt with that. Obviously not. So even though this is a game jam game, I'm thinking Steam game. Not release it as a Steam game. I'll just change the assets, polish it up after, and throw it out as a cheap game. Because A-Spec First Assault was supposed to be done in a year. Got a raid and run. Gotta pretend like an adult for an hour, so thank you. You take care, Ronnie. Have a good day. Have fun adulting. Yeah, given that maybe maximum of months working on it to the end to put the polish in and then release it for a few quid, and that way I've shipped a title on Steam faster than I had done before. I might get A-Spec out within 5 years. But every game that I'm making is sort of like building on the framework of the space games I've been making. So this sandboxy world is a step in that direction. And it serves as a prototype, really, to make sure it works. And it does, and there's things that need to be improved and whatnot. I cut out huge swaths of code just to get it functioning. But it's shown that it can be done. So I'll just wrap it up and kick it out the door and be done with it. And then when I finish the A-Spec, I can then properly implement that double precision into that. Then start creating levels more in line with the sandbox world, which is what I wanted to do for a long time. But it's just small incremental steps towards getting there, rather than just throwing it all in the sink at the same time, because you're just not gonna, well, I'm not gonna get that released anytime soon if I did that. Like, always wanted to make space combat games since playing Wing Commander. Since I'm about 18 and worked on like a 2D space combat game, top down. Worked on that for years and years and years in my spare time, and I got far as making it pretty much feature complete, as in it had all the features I needed. I just needed to make missions for it. But then I had to create a level editor to do that. There was no level editor at all. It was all just like Visual Studio, just type in the code. There was no level editor or anything like that. You have to specifically say where things spawned. I just gave up at that point, and then eventually came back to Unity and started working on a 3D space game, combat game, which then eventually turned into Absolute Territory. Then I started on A-Spec, got that into early access, and given that I've just won chapter 4 last month, I needed a break. And this gave me an opportunity to just step away from that for a bit and work on an idea for the next iteration of features, where I want to go next. So small steps, but it'd be nice if I could release things much more faster. Fully complete. Not early access stuff, just done. Done, dusted, move on to the next. Because nothing worse than spending years making a video game and then no one sees it, no one's interested in it, and word of mouth doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't sell as much as you would hope. So, gotta, do it faster. Faster iteration. Right, yeah, spawns. Might have to disappear for a minute or two. Builders just turned up, doing fencing for me. They'll be finished today. This is my custom level editor. It took me 6 months to get working for Absolute Zero. And then I've been building on it over time, but it's still lacking. Like 2D top-down placement. Would like to make that 3D world like with Unity scene kind of thing. But then I've got basic placements, initial spawns, and then I've got what I call conditional actions, triggers an event system. That drives like the mission logic, spawning in new enemies, reacting to events, etc. And one of the things I've just done is to decide which spawn pool for the enemies to use based on the mission day, up to a maximum of 3. It's prototype, testing the waters. The idea is, so we've got that pool of PR1, then 2, and then 3. And then, after the 3rd day, we can increment the number of spawns that are occurring up to a maximum. Suppose that would be sport on multiplayer. then when we come day one spawns, we do the exit, we'll do success. Increment mission day, and we want maybe no more than 4. Oh, like up to 12 days, and then that's your maximum. I won't have more than that. Just deciding where to fit it in. I guess it would be fitted in there. So end day success. Do that, that, that. That will call that. If we insert into here and have a less than 12. Is it 12? Oh, that's way too many. Oh, we said, weren't we? Yeah. That was what I was thinking of. If it's less than 4. We can then use a little variable calculation through increments. Call it spawn multiplier, but that'll be fine. So let's do 8, 8, 9, 10. Oh. And then we'll need another variable. So unstart that. Variable spec. That's a 0. That's the start of our spawn. That's our entry point. At the right place now. Yes, it is. Hopefully. Oh no, it goes back there. Could reset itself. No, that's not a good place at all. But initialize from the start. Then we spawn okay. Or increment when it's spawned, and then so 0. If well, we're now going to need our spawn group multiplier. So if our variable of spawn counter is less than I've forgotten where to put them all. Once we're about to start. Or multiply. Yeah. But if it's less than our multiplier, then we put spawn. Okay. And we reset. But when we've done new, then we need to look at 35. And then if that fails, then we can do the normal checking. So the idea is I'll do the spawn, it'll go right. What's the multiplier? So on the first day it says 1, so it's this, okay. We'll start on the next wave. And then carry on that. And then the next day, our spawn multiplier is set to 2. And with that, it'll come in here and it'll say, okay, we spawned 1. Now we want to spawn another. And then we actually do spawn delays. And that is when I also need to reset the counter, don't we? Or I could actually do it the other way around. Or equal to that. Then We can reset spawn counter in here. And then change these around. Alright, I'll just take a break. I'll be right back. Won't be a moment. Thanks for your patience. We're ready to test this. Let's see. Got spawn counter and our spawn multiplier. Make a note of it because we're going to have to stick it into the persistent variable. Which is a way of just keeping track of stuff in between missions. In this case, missions being same shit, different day. This is just the one mission template that we'll be using. And then we've got spawn counter, and we set spawn counter in here. That's set here. We'll set it to 1. Or we could have it set to 0. Oh, we can have it set to 1 because we've set it here, and then we just need to set it to 1 in the config. Say config, but I mean the so before I push a key press and deny my little campaign config, I'd end up sticking it as a persistent value in here. That would be like the starting value, and then it gets saved in a text file. As the player progresses through the missions. Oh, spawn counter 1. And then after we've done our first spawn, we increment our spawn counter.
Shanjak just followed.
Sanjak, thank you for the follow. Really appreciated. Hope you're having a good day. Got set the route, so it tells it where to go, and then we come here after we've increased the spawn counter. We then check Is it greater to or equal to that? If it is, reset it. And then we can start on the next wave. So that's groups of enemies in a wave, and then these are the other waves with a delay. Good, yeah? And then, so beats everything, still goes through here. But it resets so it gets called more than once. So we get here, and then that's the end of the day. Still got 5 spawns. I could actually increase that by having another counter, and then just having these as a specific time delay. Just call it specific time delay, and then have another counter for the waves. But I'm not going to do that now. Just thinking ahead. If we play it like we mean to, well, let's just make sure we've not broke it. So start jumping around, covering up the gaps, dropping our sensor probes. Oh, let's see, enemy there. Let's do a barrel roll. We. Ooh. Dodged it. Not that one though. Damn it. Behind us. Okay, I'm getting my ass kicked. Wait. Oh dear. There we go. So this morning I'd already just put some code to stop us from jumping inside. So if you end up directly in front of the object, then that's because you almost want to spawn inside it. So now that I've repaired and reload, I'll take these guys on, and then we get notifications of losses going on. These pirates will destroy the sensor posts that they see, and obviously they will attack our bases and civilians in the areas. They've all got radars with a maximum defined range. That means if the object appears in their radar, they'll go and attack it. Otherwise, they'll just carry on and travel through their destination on the other side. Ow. Got some pieces falling off now. I don't know if it's me, but since I've implemented this double precision, my missiles seem to be a lot more accurate. And I don't know if it's because of the order of execution that I've now made it so that all ships move by yeah, everything moves in the frame. Get everything to move, and then after everything's moved in the late update, we then do all the behaviors, checking, run the behavior routines. So because everything has now been moved and exactly where it is, I'm assuming now the code is just more accurate for that in that one frame difference. Or it could be seconds at the door. Yeah, builder wanting to drain my electricity so I can get the work done for me. Now then, distracted by a squirrel. Yeah, so don't know whether it's me, but I also made the ship gliders bigger, because I found that it was very difficult to actually shoot this player ship, and it wasn't meant to be a ship for the player to go against. And that's the other thing, because projectiles inherit the velocity of the player, the shooter, then and velocity changes matter, because you've got the travel time as well. You've got to consider gimbals so that the guns know where to shoot at based on our velocity. And then if this target changes direction and the velocity is high enough, then the projectile can miss, because we're like 6.5 kilometers away, shooting a moving target in space. And like, not all my shots were hitting, but because I've increased the speed, I've made it more likely they will. The audio seems a little bit off. I'm pleased how it's played out. I don't think it'll stand up to having a great deal of axes moving around. In fact, I think 20 is about doable without too much slowdown. But that was only test done in the editor. But if I tried to do 200, like frame rate signal digit, when they're all on screen, it's slightly better when they're not. But it's all the rendering that is a bit of an issue. Now that we've docked, and then are we now waiting to check if the mission completes? Yes. We've only been getting. See. I can cheat on this. Nope. Base map. Where is he located? So we've got enemy down there. Question is, have they spawned in or leaving? Who knows? Some are there as well. See if we can find them here. There it is. No idea which way they were going. Oh, I didn't finish. Oh, and before I forget, I need to make a note that if the base is destroyed, the player wasn't destroyed for some reason. If it's because I made changes. How did you get so close? Now that I've got people watching me playing very badly. Ow, 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 ow. I'm gonna die. I did die because it's been too long trying to decide where I was going to go. Well, that looks like it was working. Confirm if I destroy this base. And destroy this base. Wait for the drive to charge. Do we game over? Yes, we game over. Well, at least that works. Ah. Let's get values in here. Which was... did I put you there? Well, multiplying it set to 1. It doesn't go higher than 4. Was there anything else? Yes. Need to export it again. Excuse me. I'm still trying to wake up. Like the last 3.5 years. I'll just enable this. Save to folder. So that gets all my changes that I made. And then this is where we want to put it in. Here. I might as well stop. So stop now, yes. Then you'll let me delete, won't you? Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, Unity. This is where we exported it to do. So I'm just going to drag it from there to there. You see, I'm just reusing stuff from my main project for this prototype. Well, I hope it'll just be a quick throwaway project. One and done. Which I won't need to maintain beyond bug fixing. So I've come in here, exit out. Now, let's do push start. Need to delete the save data. And we have save data file for the persistence across days, and the other one for like keeping track of the variables and other such wonderful things. So we launched. This is day 1. And we can just confirm that everything's set up as we would hope. So, all multiplier, yeah, mission day 1. Then this is a bunch of things just to get the spawns automated and repeatable for as long as need be. Right. Now we can go and treat it like playing the game. I will just start jumping around. Put probes right on here, oh, like that. See, we can hopefully catch as they spawn in. Not be much of an issue. Just spinning because I've got no defences against missiles other than avoiding it. Is he right behind me? Ow. Very rude. Okay, well the good news is we're just about avoiding the majority of these missiles. The bad news is I'm getting dizzy. Oh, this barrel rolling. Right, they all burn themselves out, so. Where are we? We're there. Destroy my sensor probe? Yeah, okay. Well, let's just jump here. And then we'll dock. And then we'll see whether or not these are approaching. And we'll just repair, rearm and that. Hard to tell. Maybe I should allow the player to set the waypoints while they're in this screen. Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks like they're coming. Yeah, I'll say yes. They are just there. Can I jump that far? Oop. Maybe I need some notifications to say too close. Make a note. Messing around. Aha. Every so often. This is saying like there's a missile that already exists and wasn't removed for some reason. But it doesn't help me in either way. It only ever seems to happen once. I don't know which missile is particularly causing the issue. Just that there is causing an issue. Let's get some replenishments again. They're just decimating the sensor posts down there. I'm not too fussed about that at all. Wait till all our ammo gets replenished. Takes time. So while we're replenishing, the enemies are still, the world is still progressing. If you spend too long in here, might not be good. Now when we jump, the direction of the ship is in the direction we jumped in. Right. Jump down here. keys I'm pressing, to be honest. Wrong keys, that's for certain. Right, wherever they were, they moved on. Let's jump. Then we have to head back to base. Get more. Get refueled. Then let's go take care of them. Before they cause any issues. Oh, wrong key, mate. There we go. Jump right behind them. Where's the other one? Having a bit of a problem with the wingman behaviour. It seems to just hold back until you jump into the area and therefore make them transition into what I call local space, which is the visualized aspect of it. I'm out of gun range. Why am I shooting? Get closer, and then I'm in gun range, and then I can cause damage. And that flash was actually a weapon, I think, or a trail that was misaligned. And I have no idea how to catch that, what it is. The good thing about being so close to the base is if I'm not taking a bit too much damage, I can like just go land, lead to the battle. Oof. I'm getting another round off now, so I can get myself repaired, reloaded. The downside is they are attacking the base, and if they destroy the base, well, we're supposed to die. But we're having, you can see them damaging it. We've got technical difficulties where we'll just end up being soft locked, so we can no longer undock from wherever we're docked at. And because the players sort of still exist in the world, I think the enemies, if any of them was already targeting the player at the point they docked, they're still targeting the player. Because the player is still in effect active in the world. Just disabled their player's controls and set them in the middle of the base. But in effect, they are still shooting you and not the base. There we go. Time to clock off, head on back to the barn. And you don't have to land, it'll just literally take you around the mission anyway. And the idea is we'll have scores, and then scores like for what we've killed, and then like sensor boys we've put down, and then any losses we'll deduct from the score. We've got that set up. That's day 1. This should now be day 2. And when we check our variable, day 2, our multiplier is 2. That's increased, so the first waves will be more. And then you can see all my placements from before are there as well. Distance going on. It's sort of like base defense mission. Protect your bases, protect civilian traffic, see how long you survive for, and then like on the third day, each third day we'll have like a warship sort of thing, which will go and attack one of the bases. You need to intercept it before it gets there. The bases will not repair, so once they're dead, you've lost it. It won't come back, and if you lose both, game over. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah. And given that they micro jump, that's the civilian transport. Let's go say hello to them. Hello, civvies. Let's just move slowly across. And whether or not the enemies will intercept them, no. It's a different matter. Because they need to be within radar range, so it's a bit of a random chance. We could up the ante by having more traffic in the area. And oh yeah, that flashy cursor is wrong. That's not the player. Yeah, let's just make a note. Machine icon for sector. That is not. For the player should be, but it is for Alpha Base. I believe that one is. Well, you can see the civilian transports steadily making progress. Maybe we'll slow them down. Enemies. I should have reloaded. Now we're very close to having some sort of actual gameplay demo. I don't know, any suggestions on small improvements that could make it better? I'll tell you one thing, there's a lot of controls and I need to adjust this screen because this is for A-Spec. I can remove a lot of this now. I'll remove subsystems. That'll be a good idea. And therefore we'll have a lot less bindings. Make it more arcade. I might just do away with the more simulated Newtonian and make it feel more strict on changes, as though we're flying a fighter plane like the Space Sims of old. question is, do I want to replace these with a small model? As in something that's the size of a fight, like a one-man fighter craft. Because really, these are Corvettes, ships, which are like multi-crewed, quite large, 100 meters long kind of thing. And they can be quite difficult to hit. Let's just go back to you. And just about make it there and refuel. Rearm. Keep an eye out for hostiles. We'll have to make that civilian move slower. Bit of a longer cooldown on its jumps. This is where we have to. Oh, actually, it's all the waves have spawned. Question is, they've all spawned. How many actual enemies are in the world? One, two, three. Has it actually? Let's look at the login. Spawn group multiplayer. Oh, we spawned that. Do this. Call what? Same one, okay. Oh, when is spawn group multiplier called here? It says success, where one counter is greater than or equal to spawn multiplier. And then I really checked at the start, was it actually? Spawning two groups, we actually see. Let's slide away, and it spawns. Border stuff. Check spawn, well, there's success. Which one are we looking for? It's pirate spawn, isn't it? Pirate fighter spawn. That's our first instance. Which is what? Not even in here? Okay. Well, maybe I have to work backwards. Should have cleared the lit log. Start pirate spawn. One group multiplier. Did you even get called? Yes. Not certain. Not certain at all. Always saying success. On counter greater than small multiplier. Yeah, I don't think it's actually doing what we think it should be doing. Oh, annoying. On counter 0. Well, that's correct. It should be 0. Because we just need to wait for this mission to finish. So just cheat, kill them all. And then I suppose I could just do that, but well, now let's clear the log file. Don't know where we're starting from. And I'll just pause it. Well, first check what's spawned. We have you and you. What you are the transport, and you are the first wave of enemies, which is only one spawn. Is it me? Oh, it's the first time it comes there. So it spawns it. Does that. Does this. Spawn group multiplier. So we say we're going to call that. So if enabled, we're supposed to call that pirate spawn. However, it doesn't. Because it thinks spawn counter is greater or equal to the spawn multiplier. Which it wasn't. You know it wasn't. Oh, why? Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Wow, I can't believe this brew has lasted me an hour. Lukewarm. Very bitter. Next up. Well, we can keep it running and catch the next spawn. Oh, exciting times. I think we can see. Yeah, it only did the one. Because there was no other game objects representing that. Oh, it had to do it while I was afterburning, didn't it? Yeah, let's just make sure this is set up correctly. We're doing an unchanged event, yeah. Our variable value is currently 1. Then we do it again. Oh. Oh. No. It didn't check it. That's all. Why? We did that, didn't we? Did I just skip over it? We should have gone straight into test condition. Why a dumbass? Don't answer that, it's rhetorical. I know I am. What are you? Need to sort those projectiles out. They're offset. My question is, are they offset because of the player? Or offset for the player and everything else? Did I keep that? No, I turned it off. You up it. Let me take a break. Need to get out of this headspace for a moment. Refresh. Leg stretch. Hydrate. All the fun things. Oh, street cleaner. Like, what's that noise? Street cleaner. Oh. Digging the hole. Fence. String. Cover. Question is, hopefully they've avoided cable. That goes right down my garden. And then I have a power cable going across the garden the other way between the two properties. Really? Crazy stuff. Right, we've got one last chance. There'll be one last spawn. And here it is. So it comes in, we've got our variable. Our value is 1 for our spawn counter. Now, I'm pretty certain our multiplier is 2. So it is a number. We get our value of 1. We're comparing it to you. Which is 0. Aw. Eh? Huh? 3. Three. Oh. Let's check my warnings. Because my warnings are very good at telling me when some things are wrong. Mission result not found. That's also bullshit. Well, it's not. Yeah. All the warnings of says the process exists. Fine. Then nothing about variable not existed. Oh, you dummy. I know I did. I am not comparing what I think I'm comparing, am I? No. I am not. Comparing a string against a number. I'm literally comparing the string of the variable name rather than pulling the value. I never claim to be the best programmer out there, but I am the best. Ask anyone, they'll tell you I'm the best. So we're checking down here, isn't it? If var on multiplier. This threw me off because you provide the variable ID to check the variable, but then this is whatever value you put in here. So I have to use that conditional statement, which says you are, well, is that a conditional statement? Anyhow, I need to provide that to say I want to get the value out of a variable to replace this with the variable value from that variable. Exit out that, and then we need to export it again. Also, why did it say? Okay. That needed to be defined and wasn't defined. If starting inventory, nope. Again. Oh wow. But that was weird. It's like that looked like a dead pixel, but only showed at a particular angle. There'd been a bit of lint or something. And wiped right off. But what am I doing? I don't need to load it. Need to enable this. Save it. Then replace. And then we are ready to retry day 2. And then is that the first or the second? There's only once. What's wrong then? Well, it would now fix that. More simple stuff changes. Oh well, we're on mission day 3. We should have had respawns. Okay, well, try and catch it again. Ooh, what a pain in my arse. Oh, I got our first group. And then we have really? Did I not? What? Am I daydreaming or what? Seems that way. No. I never had it to check the actual value of the other variable. That'd be why. Oh, that makes me worried. Have I never compared a variable to a variable before? And my missions in A-Spec First Assault just never compare a variable for a variable, or oh, I don't want to even think about it. Gameplay works. Might explain some things though. I need to do what we did like with this. But we do it on when we're testing the condition. What we might be able to get away with is actually no. Because it could vary. So if we're comparing against a variable, so this variable against the variable, yeah, I could literally just fudge it and just do it. So I don't even know why we're doing that, because we can just do it here anyway. Let's see. Da-da-da. We have this, which is what? A compare value. And if we've done process value, then we've either got replacements or we I don't need to do that because we're asking it to get the value. You know, when you have those long periods of your life where you completely forget what your code does. Me neither. So now we can compare our values. What you been? Oops. Value, compare value. Processed. Process, compare value. Don't you think it would make more sense that if both these values are, these passes are to true, then we can do the value check. On the values. Otherwise, we just try to do that. I'm just throwing it out there. Don't worry about it. So, maybe if I need to just rear my head. Doesn't look like it. They're just cracking on with it. What a good guy. Try again. We all made a code change, so it should just work. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, I am a genius. It's done it. Anything starting at 10,000. Never got one. That's our civilian. Ooh. And three spawns. Given that we're on day 3. And now we'll be overwhelmed. Must be a spawn there, and there. Or not. They shouldn't be spawning on the same place. Oh no, they're not. So that's the wing leader who's attacking that while the wingmen just sit there and like go. That's the other one, and that's that one there. Right. Yeah, so they all spawned in different places. So made it that when they spawn, we remove that spawn location off the block. And then when all are gone, we'll put them back in. But then that would potentially lead to an issue where if we're mid-spawning groups, they could spawn on the same location, on top of each other. But I've got code that would stop them from doing that, but I'm not too fussed because they will eventually jump and therefore won't have that issue. Unless they're going to the same location, in which case they might be always jumping at the same time. I think the other thing would be when they start. Holy moly! Mystery Mage, thank you for the raid of 10. No worries, my friend. You have a good day. Or was it good sleep? You take care. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, Raiders. Welcome along. I'm just working on a game jam game, which is based off a branch of my main game that I've been working on for the last few years. This space combat game. And have I flown off the zone? I have. It's got spaceships and it's got combat like missiles. All the missiles, more missiles. Oh, so many missiles. And this is running in the editor. Well, let's not have too many more going up. Frame rate will drop. So if you've ever played DOS games back in the day, or maybe retro gaming these days, there was this DOS game called Star Rangers. I think it's called Star Rangers. I never played it back in the day, but I came across it 5 years or so back. It's a cool game. Space combat. You are a ranger protecting a region of space. You have pirates who come in and cause disruption. Got no missiles, so I'm gonna have to finish them off with my guns. You stop changing direction so that my projectiles keep missing you. Let's just jump here. Just gonna reload at the base. We'll have enemies spawning in. We've got sensor posts, these little small green circles with the radar radius. These are our bases. This is a civilian convoy making its way through the area. We've got enemies that spawn in top and bottom every now and then. Where are we up to now? delay, fail, 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 failed. Alright, so they've done all the spawns. And we should have about 12 groups of enemies flying around. Well, you can see these have appeared on the radar. That's just on the edge of our base. Well, they shouldn't see that. They've got a smaller range. There you go. And they've carried on jumping off. No idea which direction they were travelling in. That way or that way. Well, could have gone that way. Let's see if we can try and find them. Spawn up here. Well, nothing there. We can drop down sensor probes to increase our coverage. But they've only got small radius. It doesn't look like they were jumping that way. So maybe they were jumping down this way. There's a bit of cam mouse. There we go. Found them. Where they jump from there to there. You can sort of predict the directions they're going. As they spawn in from the top or the bottom and then make their way to the other side. So the idea is to limit the amount of damage he's causing here. And then at the end of the day, get a nice little score breakdown. And then it repeats. And then we're just getting more enemies spawned to a maximum to not completely overwhelm you, but enough to become a challenge. Now, if I'd only stuck in hit, and that's bizarre. I've got fire going off all in the locations that don't exist. That's the first time. But this is a world in double precision coordinates. It's in Unity, but I created my own custom positioning system, along with its own custom collision system for objects that are outside of view. Just got it set at 50,000 meters. Because when objects get 100,000 meters away in the center of the world, they lose position. So we go from millimeter precision to centimeter precision to meter precision. And then you start seeing things judder around everywhere. And my first way of solving that was just keep the player in the center of the world and have everything else origin based, offset, based on the player's velocities. And that worked great. Such a charm. But any objects more than 100,000 meters are going to start having problems with collisions. But you don't see it. So that kept me going through my second game. Oops. Well, that's a good thing to see. Write that down. And the campaign menu. The mission is also exited. Well, that's a good catch. We can launch into the next one, and hopefully I'll just clear itself up when I go in there and go out. Oh dear. It's the Digitum map. Can I jump to? No. Okay, I'll just turn it off. Though it might have broken things. Like with the toggle. But I can see that world is persistent. In ours, I suppose. Our base's health remain at the end of the last one. You lose a base, well, you've just lost the opportunities to repair at that one. And if you lose both, it'll be game over. And that is gonna be it. And then like we'll have enemies that will specifically go for your base. You gotta set your base against larger craft, specifically targeting it. I bet if I go and jump over here and try to do that, oh no, it worked. Will it close? Oh, yep. I think I changed it. That's fine then. Right. So this is part of all 4 Game Jam. Into space games, you should check out the Space Game Junkie podcast on Twitch, YouTube, Discord. Not to be confused with the video game Space Junkies. It's completely different. So this will give me like 6-week time frame to make a game for that jam. And I'm specifically making this idea based on a branch of my current project that I'm working on. And this world is 1 million meters across. What is that, 100? 1,000 kilometers would it be? Wake up. Getting attacked. Just fire a lot of missiles off because they're taking a lot of damage. More rear armor. It does regenerate because that's the equivalent of my shields. Just fire off all my missiles just so I can kill you quickly. Explosions and collisions have physics, so that's why it was jumping around. It just looks a little weird because counter forces from the RCS on the reaction control system of the ship is immediate, so it effectively cancels it out after it moves the frame closely enough. I need to make it relax and probably have a ramp up between 0 thrust and its maximum possible thrust value, because currently it just applies fully of what it requires. I could probably just use a PID for that. That would be the most simplest way of doing it. Whack a PID in it, and then it might behave a little bit more interesting. Now, as enemies progress, eventually they'll leave. Once they leave, that's the end of the day, and then rinse and repeat. We've got it. So every wave, which there's always going to be 5 of at the moment. You start off with one group of enemies spawned in the wave, and then the next day we increase that, and then again, and then up to 4. So each wave would spawn 4 groups of enemies, different numbers of enemies, and then I'll need to maybe add some variation of enemies like light craft, heavy craft, and maybe whatever else I can chuck in there before the deadline and get it polished. Make sure there's no bugs, no game stoppers, like the sector screen this is still showing up when we exit the mission, or when we're docked to the base and that base is destroyed, that we should be destroyed along with it, not just get soft locked. And then at the end we get a score as well, so if it was just to quit, we get a score even though we've quit out early. Don't want to give me that. Oh, I was doing it from a trigger action, is it? Okay. I must be trying to run a trigger at the point that we've closed everything. I'll have to give it to delete the triggers and the actions when we close the mission, because it doesn't do that. And then that'll solve that problem out. You get scores anyway of how you've done. So we'd have scores for increasing, and then negative scores like losing transports, or maybe losing sensor posts and not replacing them. I don't know. Maybe keeping the minimum number of sensor posts that you need, but then people would just spam them out. Maybe it'll be like coverage. No. I won't do too much with it, other than to effectively have a nice small quick game that you can jump in and out of and progress through, and maybe stick leaderboards on it for Steam, and just kick it out the door and move on to the next thing, which would be to also finish A-Spec First Assault. I've been working on that for the last 4.5 years, which I said to myself, yeah, let's do a game and I'll knock it out in a year most. That was just supposed to be like a wave survival type game, but quickly changed into like campaign mission. There's like linear main story missions with some variation based on how well you did in those missions or didn't, and some variations of side missions that get provided as a interim between the main story missions, and allow you to earn prestige to buy better ships and better equipment and that, and upgrade your fleet. I'm vastly approaching the last 90% of this now, which is like just doing all the polish and whatnot. Need to get scores sorted out. I did that. Need to fix that for the base being destroyed. Debinding for launching. not going to have that. I don't need to indicate if enemies are active. It's up to the player to make sure they're maintaining good coverage. So make sure players destroyed if landed at the destroyed base. Oh, did we not? Right. Sector map, sector map. Oh, I wrote it down somewhere. Got the flashing icon. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose we can just quickly sort that out. Now on here, then we have our sector map. Just make sure we close that. And also what do I call it? Like a base screen, wasn't it? Docked base. Yeah, docked base screen. And it's done. Disable. Is it? Dock screen. Oh, this gets called whenever we're exiting the mission. Because none of that will be in the way. And then the flashing icon. The first spawned item should have been the player, but because of whatever reason, it isn't. Is it because yeah, it's the order we've done it. Done it backwards. In effect, we call you. Because the first object in here is the player. And then these are all the object placements. That have persisted. And we have saved in the file. And we always assume the first item is the player. That is the way it's been designed. Oh, Oh, thank you. Now, there we go. However, this isn't a loaded, but I actually have to do it from the campaign. Yes, we do. And there we go. Got everything loaded in. Players flashing in the middle. Whoop. And then gotta wait for everything to spawn in. Then that will confirm if I remember to dock. Oh, does that say it's completed mission? A bit quick if it has. It has. Okay, so we docked. I got the sector map. It was a bit weird. Okay, and okay. So this is how we keep track of all enemy stuff. So there are now 13 enemy units in the area. I do what we did just then, so we killed the first group of enemies on the hotkey. I'm sure that's just happened. But then I just need to look at this. So multiplier success. It's success, then you go and do spawn again, do you know? The spawn counter greater than or equal to. No, we're finished doing the spawns. Oh, yes. That's why. Forgot about that. We're tracking it twice, in effect. What's being spawned. I completely forgot about it. Despite seeing the value and like, yeah, I know about that. What we have loaded up. Well, they've dug it, but oh no, they're in the process of digging the next hole. Teaching these guys on the job. Don't do that, not like that. Suppose I should go out there shortly and just to see how they're going on. Just to keep an eye on them. So sure we'll keep an eye on them. He seems like a good builder. Not much I can fault on with the work he's done so far, so. And he's asked for the input at times for things. Alright, so we added spawn counter. And then what we've got when we do spire paw, we've got, is it this ID? What are we checking? Because we come in here. Well, we got the pirate spawn number. Well, what is that used against? That's a pain in the ass now. I think that's the unique ID that we're using for every spawn, is it not? Yeah. So we're done with that, other than stop checking it's in here. And we're now going to have wave number. Start that off at 1. And when we come to here, so or should we set that to 0? That's the high. Zero. South at 0. And then we just replace these. And what we want is also is to increase it in here then. Is it in here? Yes, this is the wave. We'll just increase it there. Reset. Number of groups. And there's a wave. And the wave. And then reads wave number. Looks like wave 1, 2, 3, 4. So it starts at 0, like an index array. Fantastic. I always sorted it out or what? The mission day. 2. Small multiplayer. 2. Oh, ad running. I'll take a leg stretch. When I get back, I wonder what I work on and make. I make video games for myself and try to make money as a hobby. Check them out. Links in chat, and also you're on Twitch underneath the video. I'm gonna nip outside, speak to the builder a minute, check in with him, and then I'll be right back. Hopefully, 30 minutes. Sorry about that. Oh. What was I doing? Oh, we're going to see if they're not all spawning at once again. Right, okay. Let's have a look at the variables. Let's see. Pirate wave number 1. Pirate spawn number 2, which is effectively 3. I reckon. Or actually, just a 2. Yeah, 2. Okay, that makes sense. Therefore, I've just killed them off, you know, as you do. We'll have another spawn, which is another 2. And then the spawn after that. And then we should get another 2, the full 5 spawns, because before it was like, I've spawned this mount and this mount, but they've all accounted to be 2 different spawns. Waves. Let's call it right. So we're counting them as waves rather than groups. But now, you just say wave. Yeah, wave numbers now increasing. And we've had 4 units, 4 groups. 4 groups of enemies. Which shouldn't then say success for the 4th one. Oh, and that's why on the login, yeah. So it was like 3, 4, 5 failed. But yeah, it failed to do that one because we're now on the 4th, and we're still going in. It's like kill them off. And we spawn more than 5 groups. Yeah, 6, see? On our 3rd wave. And we're still running. So this the 5th wave to be spawned. And then it'll be checking for the mission to end. Don't you love debugging games? Sitting there, repeating the same tests over and over, fixing a bug, causing a problem somewhere else. Wait, we're now checking for completed mission, and then we kill them all, and it's time to clock off. Oh, and then what happens if I exit? Yep. Game over. So I need to be updating this screen. Is it a game over? Is it a successful end of the day? Did we fail the day? If you failed the day, we're going to repeat the day. Or maybe I don't want them to repeat the day. Maybe that's it. It is game over. Start again. We fixed them too. We fixed a bug that we didn't note. Let's see what happens when the base is destroyed. Why is the player not being destroyed? Level manager. Structure undestroyed. Did I imagine that then? I thought I had it covered. I'm gonna have to see all the landing stuff in here. So we want play landed flag. We're checking that. So don't know that, and then requesting landing clearance. Landed. No. No. Oh well, good news. Never tested it. Never even added it. No code for that. Let's see. On destroyed. Where is it? Structure on destroyed. Was it because I did it via scripting? The script failed. It might have been that. Very likely. Good. Have been that. But let's see, when we lose. No, we couldn't have done it via scripting. Because there's no way the scripting would know if we're docked or not. That's a stupid idea. Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, it's in this, isn't it? Oh, we could just throw it in here. And then just not do the notification if the player is docked. If the player has landed. And structure. Is it going to be unique ID or something? Base landed at. And also if it's the same as that, make sure we haven't actually done it. Doesn't look like it, have we? Every other things are just references to its positions. Oh. What we want to do then here it is. This is what I wanted. I thought I forgot there was that. Looping through everything like a loopy dooper. So this should be all we needed. If the player's been killed along with the base, then we don't need to be displaying any notifications, because we know we're dead. I wonder if it was because it was a bin. Let's not go there. Jump over here. Get you selected. And then kill you and then dock at you, and then while you're dying. Did we die? No, we didn't. Why? Well, it's disabled the player. Hang on a minute. Oh, it's still running. But it's not like there's another screen going on there. Disable that. And fuck yeah. That's great. The destroyed base is still, you know. Well, let's just say we're not landed. And also, that's it. Why do I keep forgetting these? Base landed. Docked base. Disable. And then can I just that's live state. Can I just say it's a dead? Just force it to explode. I should force a game over. You'd think, anyway. Right. There we go. We close the screen, but we're still in like a limbo state, and it's not called that. So what am I doing wrong? There's an action that needs to be called. I just can't remember what it is and why it's not being called with what we're doing. That's it. Game over. I know the references for this. We got the game over here. When did we get called? I tell it to open. Game over screen, so I need to find that. Oh man, menu manager. Alright, so it needs to be based on this. When did we set that to fail? Do we need to set it to fail? That is why. Do it like that, don't we? Just overriding that little aspect. So we really didn't need setting the health, but we set the health. We set him dead. We pause. Said it has failed. Ooh. Right. Go in here. Again, jump. We kill it. Jump inside. Okay. Critical, a mission failure. Or maybe we could have the notification. Think the notification will show? No abandon. No abandon. It's abandoned twice. Cool. How about then, because we've done that, and if it's failed, why is it doing that twice? We only need to do this instead. Maybe. The other thing is, why don't we just do this? Sector. Add instance and disable. If we've killed the player and they had the sector map open, then that might be in the way. What is adopt? Surely. And they wouldn't have the sector map open, because we've closed it and reopened it with something else. Given that the player is hidden, we don't have to kill the player. Just have to end the mission. Or I could just false close mission there and then, but then that doesn't allow the scripting to run. Yes, it doesn't allow the scripting to run. Or will it? We made changes to override manually exiting. Oh, got to kill you first. So, abandon. There we go. That works. Fantastic. Will it let us restart? Oh. So, restart. Which is not what we really wanted. Well, did it anyway. And the restart. Yeah. Able to load stuff. Is it because of the day number? Yes, it will be. Where is it? Yeah, because we haven't got the day number in there, have we? And then, oh my word, that's hard work. Well, let's go from one game jam to someone playing game jams. The Game Maker's Toolkit. Thanks for watching. Lurkers, love you. We'll see you next time. Oh, that'd be lovely if we could type on the correct screen. Oh, we're gonna go raid this Gingy Beer guy. So please do join us as we head on over there. And don't forget to follow me. Check out my links. If you're interested in space games, that is my jam. So I'll say until next time. Thanks for watching. And bye for now. Bye.
To everything else that I have. Oh, then again, Void On seems to do better. So what was the siren for? Oh, the siren's my own sound. Can you tell that I don't get rated too often? Digitum Software, thank you so much for joining, you guys. I'm sorry, what game are we playing here? The name has escaped me. I distinctly remember LMC, but I don't know if that was exactly it. We're playing Large Mystical Collider by Wolfforce. We are combining elements. The game is complex. Watch the 1-minute video. I may indulge and check out the video in a moment, but okay, so synthesizing takes the most energy as far as I can tell. Let's see here. Let's see. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I guess we could energize with that. Boom. Oh, I'm missing the chats there. Oh boy. What to do?
Oh.
I'm kind of blanking on what I should be doing. Okay. You know what? I'll check your video out. I'll check it out. Why not?
When you start the game, what you need to do is place some particles